Heavy, wind 240 at 10, RNAV Delray, runway 2 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Delray, 24 left, clear for takeoff.
2347, contact SoCal departure, good day.
Over SoCal Southwest, 2347.
Singapore flight 1-2, Kevin from Tokyo to Rita, Philippine flight 113 heading to Manila, now rolling down 24 left.
Singapore 12 heavy, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short runway 24 left, Singapore 12 heavy.
Retention 856, visual 24 right. Retention 856, LA Tower, wind 24011, runway 24 right, 61 in.
This land 24 right, retention 856.
Singapore 12 heavy, cross runway 24 left, and ground point 65.
Okay, cross runway 24 left and ground point 65, Singapore 12 heavy.
Philippine 113 heavy, contact departure.
Departure, good day, Philippine 113 heavy.
Also have EVA flight 5 heading back to Taipei. Also a 777 at 300 ER now heading down at taxiway Echo, heading to 24 left.
EVA 005 heavy ready.
EVA 005 heavy, LA Tower, good afternoon, runway 24 left, Monica wait, we're waiting on Santa Monica.
Okay, runway 24 left, left away, EVA 005 heavy.
Let's try this again. Just after 12:30 p.m. here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome day of LAX plane spot in action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. I am your plane jockey, Kevin. Boy, I feel like I just did this. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us again. We've had some internet issues here this morning, but as we turned off the old stream, I sat here and tweaked a few things. I think we're all set, ready to go. I think that's enough, right? All right, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Make sure to hit the like button.
Today 56, turn left on Victor, hold short of runway 24 left.
Left turn Victor, hold short, 24 left, today 56. Register from heavy 24.
Virgin 7 Bravo, heavy Los Angeles Tower, wind 240 at 10, gust 18, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 24 right, Virgin 7 Bravo.
Today 56, cross from me 2 for left, center ground, 0.65.
Cross 2 for left, ground 0.65, Judge 56.
And off to Taipei and off to Tom at Bradley for Singapore.
EVA 005, heavy contact for the bridge.
Next Bravo here on the north side is Virgin Flight 7, coming in from London Heathrow, the A350 1000, just 3 minutes out. Ooh, running about 40 minutes early here today as well. You know what that means. Usually when you're early, they don't have a gate for you. Let's see what happens. Amazing support from our legend Jane with an awesome $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you, Jane. Jane says, love you, Kevin. Well, thank you so much, Jane. Love you as well, Jane. Awesome support for the channel. So sorry. What did we... An hour and a half, hour 35 minutes late here today. You know, I'll be honest with you, Jane, and everyone else watching here. I was sitting here tweaking things, and there was one thing that showed up here on the north side. What? A Delta 767 at 300ER coming from JFK. Other than that, we really didn't miss much. So all the action's still on its way in. So fingers crossed, we'll catch everything here on the north side. Unfortunately, I had to turn off the cameras high atop the H Hotel. That might have been the situation where it was just pulling our data down too much. So unfortunately, we don't have the cameras high atop the H Hotel. But if you want to sneak away and watch AVL Plus, you can certainly do that, both north and the south side. But I got you covered here on the north side, and we'll certainly hope that the Emirates and the Lufthansa A380s, both special liveries here today, come here to the north. So Traycon Joe, if you're watching, today's not the day. Today is not the day, Traycon and Joe.
Police 8 LA Tower, LA altimeter 2992, squawk 0246.
Virgin up next for arrival.
Bravo, your space off patrol only.
Flight 7 coming from London Heathrow, the A350 1000.
Southwest 4957, visual 24 right.
Southwest 4957, Los Angeles Tower, heavy Airbus 350 rolling out, caution my turbulence, wind 230 at 10, gust 18, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 24 right, Southwest 4957.
Version 7 Bravo, heavy cross, runway 24 left, counter around 0.65, good day.
24 left, contact around 2769, joining the visual 24 right.
Delta 2769, Los Angeles Tower, number 2, wind 230 at 10, gust 18, runway 24 right, clear to
Hey,
land.
Charlie, Mr. Charlie Hickman, can you go delete the link in YouTube, or I'm sorry, for Twitter X from the earlier show, because that link is not going to work any longer. Thank you. I'm Virgin running early here today, almost 40 minutes early. You know what happens? Usually head to the beach As always, let us know where you guys are watching from. Just type in hello from there in the chat. The District of Columbia. Hello there. That was a flight coming from SFO Southwest, flight 49 to 57. Followed by Delta, flight 2769, coming from Seattle, is 737-800.
Runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Roger, left of Victor, crest 24 left, ground point 65, Southwest 4957.
Again, this flight coming in from Seattle.
Wind 250 at 10.
Virgin about to make that turn. It's a nice day, a little warm. Let's check in with our official AVL weather report. 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Scattered clouds. Not very many clouds. They're scattered all right. Wind coming out from the west. 9 knots. Queen taking off there on the south side. Unfortunately, we will not have access to our cameras high top to HTL for today's stream. Western Global 747-400 freighter.
LAX Scout 349 on the Zulu support.
Scout 3049, Los Angeles Tower. Wind 230 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Super right, clear to land, Scout 3049.
Thank you, Charlie. Joni, the $5 super chat. Thank you, Joni. This is a few dollars for all the Snickers bars you'll need to recover. Welcome back. Thank you, Joni. You know, I actually told Allison. I said I think I'm just gonna stay here and I'll just shoot some video. I'll just shoot some video, post it on social media. That was really where my thought was, and then I started looking at the two things we really wanted to capture here today. 3 hours out, and I thought, you know what? You got 3 hours to figure out how to get back live again. So we started tinkering with things, and here we are. We're back again here today. But I was going to stay here and I was going to grab some video. Why not? Everything's already up. Might as well just grab some clips. But it's better live. We all know it's better live. Thank you, Joni. BWJ56 gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Super chat. And Frank Kevin with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Kevin. And there was a $10 super chat on the old stream too. Appreciate that. Says hi, Ivial. Hi, Kevin. Thanks for capturing briefly my mom's arrival on ANA Flight 6 earlier. She is arriving from Saipan and helping those in need. Cheers to you and the community. Well, I'm glad I was able to capture that, but I deleted the stream. Hopefully you have a recording of it. If not, I did record it in my computer, Kevin. If you didn't get a shot of it, I can I'll send you a copy. I apologize. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have deleted the old stream. It was only 6 minutes long.
Plus 165, LA Tower number 2, and 240 at 9, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, Delta 2965.
On this Tuesday afternoon. Flight was coming from Santa Rosa, California, Alaska, SkyWest Flight 3049.
Sky 3049, turn left at Victor, cross runway 2 for left, and ground point 65. Good day.
Up next is Delta Flight 2965, coming from San Jose in A319. We got that Air New Zealand Dreamliner coming up from Auckland Flight 6, number 2 for arrival there on the south side. You can simply catch that arrival on our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus, over there in our sister channel. If you want to go check that out.
24 right,
Nancy Needles with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Nancy. Says, I'll take whatever plane spotting you can give me. Well, we're live once again. And by the way, they turned off that the power station down below us. So whatever working they were doing is done. I knew it would be around lunchtime. All right, up next is at A319 with Delta Flight 29 at 65, coming from San Jose. that we're hearing. Must be another generator somewhere else.
So 2965, turn left on Victor, cross runway 2 left, heading around 0.65.
Terry M with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Terry. Say, Kevin, you and the man, the Michigan guys, don't give up. We sure don't we, Terry? We're a different breed. They're in Michigan. I hope you, there was some massive storms coming your way yesterday, but I think they went more south than north. I think you guys got lucky there in West Michigan. Thank you, Terry.
So 2725 LAX, runway 2 left on the way. 2 left, Delta 2725. So 2725, wind 23010, RNAV Del Rey, runway 2 left, clear for takeoff. Runway 2 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Del Rey, 2725.
It's Delta Flight heading to SFO, flight 27 at 25, at 737 to 800. Next arrival is Delta Flight 2119, coming from Minneapolis, an A321 at NEO.
What's up, Victor, short, 4 left. Just 708, cross me 2 left, turn ground 0.65. Cross 4 left, ground 0.65.
And a Delta A321neo, they're on Echo.
So the 2119 LA Tower, wind 230.
Flight heading to Atlanta, flight 446. It's a 1-year-old A321neo. I believe this is the one with that extra first class, extra business class seats, as it was sitting out there in the desert for some time. Greg Lundquist with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says hopefully we get rain up here in Superior to help that fire.
446, runway 2 left on the way, didn't get that.
Yep,
You guys got a fire. You're in Minneapolis or Minnesota, right, Greg? You guys got a fire up there now? Boy, oh boy. Was it? I don't know anything about it. I'll have to look it up, but I know you guys had a lot of severe weather. Well, at least Wisconsin did. Appleton, Wisconsin yesterday, hit by a tornado not too far from Oshkosh. Thankfully, Oshkosh, the EAA convention was pretty much done for the year at that point. Thankfully, it wasn't a week sooner.
Scout 4887 LA Tower number 2, wind 230 at 11, runway 2 for left,
Here on the north side at Delta Flight 2119, coming from Minneapolis, an A321neo. date. I shouldn't have deleted the first show. I had my new thumbnail, and then I deleted it, and of course that thumbnail was added on a different computer, so I don't have that new thumbnail. So Sunday's thumbnail is on today's live stream, and of course they had the wrong date as well. We're just off to a great start here today. Flight coming in from Minneapolis, A321neo.
446, wind 23010 on Del Rey, runway 2 for left, good for takeoff.
Del Rey, clear to go. 4 left, Delta 440.
2054 right there, with 2 for left on a wait.
Okay, mine is away, 4 left up to 20.
Southwest flight heading to Baltimore, Maryland, flight 2854.
So 2854 on Del Rey, wind 24010, runway 2 for left, good for takeoff.
Del Rey, 2 for left, good takeoff.
446, contact departure.
Okay, have a good day, Delta
2119, hold short of runway 2 for left.
Hold short of 2 for left, Delta 2119.
Ireland, you guys in Ireland watching. Thank you. So I did a little window shopping yesterday on some flights to JFK in September. I didn't buy anything yet.
So 2119.
Like I said, window shopping.
2 for left, 0.65, Del 2119.
And it was just one airline, JetBlue. And I honestly, I can't believe the difference in the numbers, and I'll explain what I'm talking about here in a second. Maybe I should bring it up on the computer. Let me get in here.
4887, cross me 2 for left, and ground 0.65.
Copy for left, go around 0.65, sky west 4887.
Looking up that flight because it seems really weird, and I don't know if anybody else has been shopping for flights. So this is kind of like toward the end of September, and it's with JetBlue. Now, if you know, we usually take JetBlue. Well, this is cheaper than it was yesterday. Well, hold the phone. Okay, that's really weird. Oh, I'm sorry. I have it on the wrong date. Stand by. Well, that's even more weird, I gotta tell you. Okay. I thought I put in the wrong. Here we go. Well, that's interesting. I just had the wrong month. I had August, but I gotta tell you, interesting. That was a lot. Okay, here are the numbers I was looking at yesterday. Geez, maybe we'll go to New York in August. So here's what I was seeing. So the airfare basically is kind of back to where it was pre-FIFA World Cup, and of course it got expensive with jet fuel this summer. This is like a non-stop from LAX to JFK. The core, which is the economy seat, is roughly about 204. That's pretty good. That is really good. The even more seats are about 453. That is right on target as well. The weird thing is, and this is what I was going to talk about, the weird thing is, and we've booked these flights I don't know how many times in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's never been this expensive. Mint, which is their first class, we all know that, and we're not talking about just the Mint suite versus the regular Mint. Usually the regular Mint is less than the suite. Well, it's not that case on this. You're going from 453 from a little bit more space on their even more to over $2,000. $2,238. That is one way. One way.
3902, contact departure.
So it's weird because a lot of you guys are like, well, that's crazy. It is crazy because that's like Delta One prices. I have never, and we've flown at JetBlue Mint many times, I have never paid that amount. The weird thing is that core is around 2, even more is around 450. Those are pretty much in line. Mints in the past would be about double of them, even more. So you'd be about 8 something up to roughly about 1,100 for the nicer suites. But never have I ever seen the Mint be that expensive. I'm telling you, that we're talking about the Delta One prices there. I've never seen that before. There was such a jump between the even more and the Mint. I have no idea. I've never seen that before. I know yesterday they announced that they got their Blue First, which is their new first class. It's not the suite. It's their new first class. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Maybe they're jacking the price on Mint because the new first class will be cheaper. Maybe what Mint used to be, but I did notice that, and that is for the month of September. Looks like August is actually cheaper. But interesting. So I told Charlie, I said, sorry, Charlie. Sorry, Charlie. No Mint suite this time. I would never. I mean, even if you have all the money in the world, I would never. I'm sorry. JetBlue Mint is nice, but not that nice. Not for that.
The deport.
That was a Alaska flights coming in from Portland, flight 695 at 737-900 ER. Up next, Air Canada flight 554 coming in from Vancouver, an Airbus A220-300. Followed by Austrian flight 51 coming in from Vienna on a 777-200 ER, 2 minutes out. Followed by Air France, the 777-300 ER coming in from Paris, flight 22.
554, once you clear the on out for 24 right.
Yeah, 554 LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
And the cancel the flipping.
It is officially the top of the hour. I know it's not been an hour since I did the top of the hour, but it is officially the top of the hour. And just after 1 p.m. here in sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. It is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. I am your Plane Jockey Kevin here at the parking garage. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far. Tuesday. All right, I'll promise to make it better if you're having a bad week. All right, let's get back to the planes.
14 left to the tower, runway 2 left on the way. 5.2 for left, that's 9.2.
Wrong date for end of August. The Mint actually was $1,000 cheaper, closer to the range that it used to be. So the question is, and the things that make it go with the announcement of Blue First yesterday, does that start in September, and so therefore the Mint becomes more minty, pricey, and to make way for the new Blue First? And I don't know, that's interesting because they said it's coming soon, and I would assume by this fall. Blue First, I don't know, the things that make you go because how can that same seat be cheaper in late August than late September? $1,000 cheaper, by the way. That's a lot.
Cross from Mexico left on the ground 165.
Cross from Mexico left, contact ground 165 and 5 left.
Got 3842, contact SoCal departure.
For departure, got 3842, chip.
That's $2,400 time from Mexico left on the way.
We got the Korean Air Flight 1A heading back to Seoul, just making that turn on the taxiway Echo. Simi Valley passes. Doesn't Blue First only apply to planes that don't have Mint? I don't know how they're. I guess you're right on that, right?
Austrian 51 heavy, hold short, runway 24.
Unless they're just trying to advertise the Mint is a very, very upper class
2400 on Bell Ray 1230 to 11, runway 24 left, good for takeoff.
product now. I don't know. I'm sure someone in here works for JetBlue, right? Alex! Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris, the 777-300ER up next for arrival here on the north. I don't know. I think we're just going to go with the comfort, the middle product, because I have enough points from my credit card to cover that whole cost. Yeah, you know, you won't have the lie flats. You don't have to deal with anybody. I don't know. You know, the last few times I took the Mint, it's been a while now, almost a year. I wasn't impressed. I really wasn't impressed. And I think I said a few times on the show coming back that I really felt like, is it really worth the money? You might as well just go with the little bit more leg room. You do get free alcohol, by the way, with the extra leg room with JetBlue. So there's that.
2400, contact, look at departure.
Departure stop, 2400.
All right, Air France up next. Flight 11 later today, Korean Air Flight 11 is an A380 Super.
Airfox 222 with heavy, turn left on Victor or Whiskey, cross from the 2 left on the ground point 65.
Victor Whiskey, Whiskey, and make up on the
Airfox 222 with heavy, affirmative, cross from the 2 left, turn left on Echo. Contact ground point 65, bubble.
Well, Matthew B747, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that economy or mid-economy seats, I think, are back to what they were pre-summer. I mean, $200 for a regular economy seat on the LAX to JFK, that is actually really good. That's actually a steal. That's a lot cheaper than it was a few months ago. That was at least over $500 for just the regular economy. So we're back down. I think we're back down, at least with JetBlue for that flight. We're back down to normal levels in terms of the ticket cost for economy and the mid-economy. But mid, for whatever reason, is just 2-3 times what it used to be. Of course, JetBlue, I believe, yesterday coming out saying that they are actually doing quite well in this last quarter. So I don't know if that has anything to do with them just raising the prices.
Korean 018 Super, wind 24010. Correction, Korean 018 Heavy, wind 240 at 10, runway 24 left, Arnett Delray, clear for takeoff.
Runway 24 left, on left, Darley, clear for takeoff, Korean 018 Heavy.
She is cleared for takeoff, heading back to Seoul.
Discuss 4093 return, taxi point, enable, runway 24 left, line up and wait, caution, late turbulence.
Then line up, wait for Southwest 4993.
Southwest 4993, late tower, cross for turbulence, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 24 left, Southwest 4993. Yeah, 01, good day.
I was just thinking, do I have the Korean Air Blue car now? I think mine's a little more, I think there's a little bit more gray in mine.
PD-18 traffic is 2 miles north-northwest, moving appears to be southeast about 800 feet, traffic intentions on there.
Thanks, you guys. I'm liking my new car.
Thank you.
Of course, like I told you guys, I wasn't expecting I was going to be driving a new car. It just kind of happened last week.
1170.
So look at your next 5 arrivals here at LAX. Of course, that list includes both the north and the south side. Fortunately, I don't have access to the south side cameras here today, but we do have Japan Airlines Flight 60 coming up from Osaka, running almost an hour late. The 787-9 Dreamliner, 6 minutes out, will be a north side arrival.
So 49 the tree, contact Soka departure.
Looking out Southwest 3932.
Yeah, well, that's a great deal. A deal you couldn't pass up. I felt like I was in control. I didn't walk in there and say, hey, I think I want to trade this car for another one. I didn't do that. No, they harassed me in a good way.
Frontier 1178, cross from 2 left, and ground 0.65.
All right, cross.
So I was in the driver's seat,
on the other side,
like I said,
Flight 1178.
and said, listen, I like my other car. I have no problem walking out of here once you guys are done with the service on that. I have no problem walking out in that white one. So it's up to you guys to make me a deal. A deal I can't refuse. 916 spotter says that's how I ended up in a new car a couple of months ago. Well, it is a tactic, of course, with dealerships. Though I will say this, I did go into Toyota Financing today, the website, to see if they paid off the car, which they did. But there was a $28 balance left on my old payment structure on that other one. Don't know why they left $28 in there, but I paid it so that it doesn't do anything. They owe me $28, that dealership does. They didn't pay off enough. For whatever reason, there was $28 left on that account. I don't know if it was, I have no idea what it was, but the new one hasn't popped up on the website yet. Always makes me nervous that I'm going to forget to add it in there because I have it on direct payment.
Let's go 4977 off Simmons Tower, wind 23011, runway 24 right to tower.
Runway 24 right to tower, 4977.
It's Delta, an American Cancer Society sticker heading to JFK. It's a 767 to 400 ER, making that turn on to Echo.
Go to 2975, I'll do it again, wind 23010, runway 24 right, you are clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, thank you.
Michael says that's how I ended up with the new car yesterday. Oh, maybe it's a new tactic. Make them pay interest on that, Brian says. Yeah, it's not worth it. Delta Airlines Flight 2975 coming up from Portland in A319. Up next for arrival, as you can hear, that 76.
Focus 991 Heavy, I'll tell you fully ready.
Delta 991, that's you ready?
991 Heavy, runway 24 left, length, final boy.
I will left, 991.
I think we'll just stay with the 7.6. To JFK, it's a Delta 767-400ER, wearing the American Cancer Society sticker.
team is in LA Bravo 6 plus maintain VFR. That traffic's still about 2 miles east of you, moving north at 800 feet, tapping attention zone on for change group.
That is plan is 60, hello, 24.
So the 2975 hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold on, 24 left, Delta 2975.
Band 60 heavy, LA Tower number 2, wind 240 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Runway 24 right, clear to land, plan is 60.
For the 2975, cross runway 24 left, center ground, 0.65.
Cross 24 left, 0.65, good day, Delta 2975.
Japan, Dreamliner, the flight coming from Osaka, number 2 for arrival. Greg back with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says yes, they closed the Boundary Waters up in the peak season right now, and many outfitters and businesses got hit. I'm sorry to hear that. Those wildfires up there. Our season is about a month away. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about this year. It's been very dry and hot. Alan Espinosa with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Alan. Says happy Tuesday, Kevin, from Albuquerque, New Mexico. When are you going back to SFO? Not until probably October. The reason for October is that's when the ones reopen, and Lufthansa is sending the Queen on the 28th of October for the very last time. So
heavy Dreamliner 3-mile funnel, wind 240 at
yeah, it'll be October before we get back up there. I was really impressed with the sounds and the visuals when even the ones closed. They were utilizing taxiway Lima, which was right in front of our cameras there at Bayfront. And the last time we went up there, they actually were doing work on one left and right, or was it one right? Anyway, closed the connection to Lima, so we didn't get those shots, we didn't get those sounds. So it was fine, it just wasn't as good as that last time we went up there. This is that delayed flight coming up from Osaka, Japan. Speedbird, British Airways Flight 283, the 777 300ER up next for arrival.
Cross runway
As
24 left.
Delta A321 Neo heading to Salt Lake City, Flight 1647. Also, United Airlines Flight 38, running about an hour late, 10 minutes out for the 787-10 Dreamliner. Should be a north side arrival. The Lufthansa Queen Flight 456, 20 minutes out, running about 30 minutes behind for that one. Traycon Joe, today's not the day. Not today, Traycon Joe.
24 left, line up away, Delta 1647, thanks.
Speedbird up next for arrival. Speedbird to Flight 283, coming up from London Heathrow, the 777-300ER.
Speedbird 283 heavy, hold short, up runway 24 left.
Hold on to the left, 280.
Now a little hard. Eek.
Hotel Delta 1715, visual for Eagle, right?
So 1647, wind 23010 on Abdel Ray, runway 24
And a
left.
legend Jane back. Gifting 50 Airline and Videos Live at memberships. Thank you so much, Jen. Awesome, amazing support.
Runway 24 wings to the left.
I'm in the process of getting back there. The JFK Jane. Look at back there. Now you know my time frame there. I'm gonna have to double check it now. Now that it looks like August is actually cheaper than September. I don't know. Of course, I got it cleared by the TWA, but we'll get back there soon there, Jane. Thank you so much for your awesome support.
Speedbird 283 ready, cross 22 left, center ground point 65.
Cross to left, 720.
All right, Speedbird now cleared the crossover 24 left, head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Airlines Flight 1715, coming in from SFO is 737-800.
So 1647, contact SoCal departure by.
That's 1647.
Should be followed by United Flight 38, the Dreamliner coming up from Tokyo Haneda, running an hour late, 5 minutes out. What was that? Charlie and Allison, are we at the point now I can tell everyone where the billboard is going to be at? Are we still holding back? I don't know why we would be holding back at this point.
15, 1 able, cross from 2 left, ground point 65, bye-bye.
Cross 2 left, ground 65, bye-bye, Dr.
Charlie's like, yes. The question is, are we still holding back on what billboard, where my billboard is going? I mean, we're getting close. I mean, I think the Queen is going south, isn't she? Night Ranger says, yes, we are at that point. I think so. Carrie says, no. Why not, Carrie? 916 Spawner says yes. I think yes too. And I'm the boss. Oh, Allison and Charlie are conferencing about it. All right. We got the Toy Story E-Jet.
30 is headed off from the tower, wind 230 at 10, runway 24 points to the land.
Midland, all right.
2741. Yeah, 2741 in between. That's 741, runway 2 left, Monica Way. You're waiting on one heavy departure from South Southwest with the straight out heavy 777. That's what you want.
That was an E-Jet heading to Medford, Oregon. Alaska Horizon and the Toy Story 5 at livery.
Right, 2328, turn gain 271. 2328, contact the first, bye-bye.
Oh, you sent me a decision? No, I kind of want to do it here because you can actually see it. That was the point. You can't see it. You can't see it from the other location.
With 1978, and then direct Toby, visual 24 right.
Delta 4970, down 24 right to the line. All careful for the 2 mile touchdown. Wind 25, you're not going out, go away. 34 left from takeoff.
Go is the takeoff 24 left and 2741.
California 74, got 34 left on the way.
Put that back way, California 74.
Of course, the Queen is going to the south. You guys get a conference again? Announce? All right. Well, since the Queen is going to the south side and I got no Queen, I'm going to give you the official announcement of where the billboard is going to be located. All right, you guys ready for this? Cue that music. Are you ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. You know, there was a day where you could always count on the Lufthansa Queen arriving on the north side about 100% of the time.
2741, good day.
All right. And I'll announce it today because you can see it from here a little bit, well, at least the back end of it.
Left from takeoff, at shoreline right turn 271.
At the shoreline, right turn 271, runway 24 left, lifting off, Kevin 378.
West your 10.0, 24 left on the way.
5 runway 24 left, close to Copilot.
It's a couple of billboards over there. Door number 1 or door number 2? Door number 1 on the left, door number 2 on the right. We'll let you guys figure it out. Is it door number 1 or is it door number 2?
Roger 1023, number 24 left from takeoff.
Joni says 1. 916 plane spotter says 1. Jane says 1. And Speedster D 1. And Crazy Cat Lady 1. Great Ghost 1. Blue Dragon Who 1. And Josh Aldridge 1. And Shell 1. Chad 1. The answer is. The answer is. The answer is. 1! I love when they do that on the game shows. They always zoom into the one you think is the wrong one. Then they do that quick pan to the left. There we go. That is the billboard that AVL is going to be up on for about 2 months. And it faces the In-N-Out Burger, the big park out there. That's where Cranky Dork Fest will be. Boy, everyone's excited out in the street. They're just honking in celebration. That's right. All right. So there you go. If you come into Cranky Dork Fest, you'll definitely see it. How can you not see it? It's right there. And literally the planes will fly right to the left of it. Alright, do I get to show them what it looks like? Or are we waiting on that? I guess we're waiting until it gets put up. Then you get to see what it looks like. Air Tahiti Nui, the Dreamliner heading to Paris. Of a Delta 767, that is what you're hearing mostly. So according to the Billboard company, there's about 1.5 million people that see that billboard. Now, I mean, that's their numbers. 1.5 million, 1.5 million people in 1 month either travel up and down Sepulveda or go to the In-N-Out Burger, hang out at the In-N-Out Park, airplane viewing park. And yes, we will be doing a stream outside the In-N-Out Burger as soon as that billboard goes up. You gotta see the planes flying over my head, I'm telling you. And this Flight 8 heading to Paris, 787-9 Dreamliner. Well, I hope so. I mean, that's the purpose of doing the billboard. We hope that it brings in a lot of new people. I mean, there's a lot of people that are outside that In-N-Out Burger that like to watch planes that have no idea who AVL is. Charlie and I saw that. We took a break over there on Memorial Day weekend. And, the people that have the billboard now is the flight wall. You guys all know what the flight wall is. And I was kind of taken back. I was like, wow, the flight wall, big time. They got a billboard. And I sat there and I looked at that as I was eating the In-N-Out Burger. And I was looking around and thinking, and I was wearing AVL gear. And I was like, no one said, hey, AVL. There was nothing. And I thought, there's a whole bunch of people that come out to this park that have no idea what AVL is. So we'll see what happens. Delta 767 to 300ER heading to Atlanta, flight 395. By the way, the billboard is lit up at night too. I can't wait to see what it looks like at night. Of course, I will say this, without giving the whole design away, I will say this. It's got a royal blue background as the background of the billboard. So you'll see the blue from miles away. You'll be like, ooh, that Kevin blue. The Peacock A380, yeah, I mean, I asked I'm trying to get an exact day and time of the billboard going up. We won't know until at least a week from Monday. A week out, which would be what? week from Monday. Maybe on Monday, by next Tuesday, I'll hopefully have a better idea when it's actually going to be brought up there.
Delta 2140, 2124, right to the left.
Right, clear to land up 2148.
300 heavy on Del Rey, runway 24 left for the takeoff, wind 240 down.
Again, that is a flight to Paris. This one to JFK.
Tahiti heavy, contact local park, see it.
Click over the base line, see it. Average, Delta 2140, clear to land.
2140, right to the left.
You guys were saying I need to do a national billboard. Yeah, I wish we could do that. It costs a lot of money. This was a lot of cost, but I have a little extra in the budget this year.
Cross 24 left, 112.65, see it.
Cross 24 left over the ground, Delta 11 today.
Delta 1487, turn left, any exit, cross 24 left, 112.65, see it.
Whiskey cross 24 left, ground 5 up to 1487.
Delta 395 heavy, contact over the park, see it.
Departure, Delta 399.
Oh, you guys are really excited.
Delta, we're going to come to Vegas.
Do a billboard in San Diego. You know, every time I'm down there, I'm always looking to see if there's any billboards that kind of would be in the flight path. I think there was one. It's not really, the planes don't fly directly over the billboard.
Clear through buffer, that's the question.
You guys are all talking about having a party. There's some, I know some of you guys want to come out. I don't know what we're doing. I'll be honest with you. Again, it's slated to go up. Monday, August 10th. Now they give you a 5-day window. So, and that's for the guys to go out there and put it up. So they'll give you a 5-day window. If it's not up by the 20th, and let's say it goes up by the 25th, then they credit my account. So then it stays up there until at least October 15th. It should be brought down on October 10th unless we extend it. I would like to see how it works the first few weeks before I decide on extending anything. Next arrival is Delta Flight 2148 coming from Denver in the A321 Neo. Yeah, Charlie's coming out a week from Monday. So he'll be out here. We'll be doing live streams from the In-N-Out Burger. We also plan to go back to Westchester Bridge that same week as well.
Just be advised, no traffic on Honda right now, if you're okay there, but if anyone's traffic, it comes in, that'll get to east of the 110.
$2 super chat. Thank you, Craig. Speaking of games, here's some trivia. Which country is home to the greatest number of bird species in the world? A, Canada. B, Peru. C, Colombia. D, South Africa. I'm going to scratch out D. You already sent the answer. I was going to say it was Colombia. And Greg back with the $2 super chat. His answer is C, Colombia. Over 1,900 species recorded. Well, you got the Amazon. Actually, no. The Amazon is not. That's Brazil and Colombia is way too far into the north. Well, that's interesting, Greg. I wonder why Colombia. What am I testing? A skateboard? No, I don't think that's a good idea. KLM Flight 602, the Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam. They're on Echo.
25 on runway 24 left, 6 takeoff.
Panda 350 with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Good morning, Kevin from Japan. 5:50 a.m. on Wednesday here. I'm spoiled to wake up to your show. Great way to start the day. Thank you. Well, good morning. We almost didn't have a show earlier. So far, so good. Some of you guys were asking about the south cameras here today. Unfortunately, to get the show on the air here today, we had to pull back the cameras. High top to H Hotel, just taking too much of our bandwidth away. Also had to get rid of the BTS here today. So we're holding steady, and that's all that matters. The main priority is always the main show here. Even if we don't have the cameras or not, at least we're on the air and giving you some action. By the way, I have a question for anyone. My other one didn't do this. The lights, see the lights? I don't think I had lights up there on the other one that I had. And, well, anyway, they're still on. Is that going to drain my battery? I don't know how to turn them off. I'm pretty sure my other one did not have those lights. I like that they have lights in the back, especially at night with the equipment, but I want to make sure that when I turn the engine on later that it turns over. Next heavy arrival is Delta Flight 767. It's a 767 to 300ER coming from JFK. It will train the battery.
By the way, 24 left scale.
Well, how do you turn them off? Well, maybe I should just turn on the engine once in a while.
Tower Delta 767 heavy, visual 24.
Accept about 2 minutes in position, waiting for traffic over South Complex. Yeah, Delta 737 heavy LA Tower, wind 23011, runway 24 right, to the left.
24 right, clear on 7 in.
Should be able to switch.
Which train you stepped on, say again?
I always forget there's actually an AC outlet in the back here. Well, that battery is brand new. I can't imagine that those two tiny little lights are going to drain. Famous last words, right? Tell me you're fine. If not, Rita, ring your cables. I need a jump. ANA of the Future Promise Streamliner just turning left there on the Echo. Flight heading back to Tokyo Narita. Waiting still there on the 24 left. We got that Delta 767, flight 767 up next for arrival.
You have the RNAV Delray 24 left for the takeoff.
RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear takeoff.
Well, they haven't auto switch because they've been on since I got here about a little after 10 a.m. Maybe I should just turn on the engine a little bit. Turkish Streamliner just making that right-hand turn onto Echo as well.
Your mix is 783 LA Tower, on the 24 left on its way. American 783 on Delray, runway 24 left for the takeoff. And American 783, Roger, surprise, ready.
As Aeromexico flight 783 heading to Guadalajara, 737 MAX 8.
Runway 24 left.
Alright, turn left, hold short of 24 left, Delta 767.
Oh, really? I gotta fool the hatch.
Airmax 73, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left for the takeoff.
I don't know. I'm not good at this kind of stuff. We got a lot of heavies coming up here for north side at takeoffs. Air France, flight 21, heading up here on the 777 at 300 ER. ANA and the Future Promise livery, the Dreamliner, heading back to Tokyo Narita, followed by Turkish, heading back to Istanbul. It is officially top of the hour time once again. 2 p.m. here in sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotted action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at the parking garage. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Sit back, relax. We got you covered. The Queen did go south here today. She'll definitely take off here on the north side. Fingers crossed. The Emirates special livery as well as the Lufthansa special livery A380 Super both head here to the north side. Both of them still on their way in. So let's get back to the action.
Heavy on that Del Rey 24 left to takeoff. Turkish, 1 Delta Heavy, crossing the turbulence. From a 24 left, on the way.
Headland photo, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sky Security at minute 3894, contact default, should see it.
I was going to say, actually, the lights up above me, if I ever do like a night show here at the parking garage, it's actually going to be nice. Little lights coming from the top of you. Some backlight action. I'm telling you, the Toyota added lights. There's like a Toyota a lit up Toyota logo as you open up the door. That was not there on the other one. So there's like little lights they've added here and there. They're very nice. But other than that, not much has changed between my old one and this new one. It's just a light situation. Frank's number 3 now for takeoff. You guys checking in there from good old Michigan. My sister was actually back in Michigan for like 6 weeks. She chose a good time to get away from the heat in Phoenix. I said, are you really going to be there for 6 weeks? Really? I'm ready to leave after 4 days. Again, this is flight 21 heading back to Paris. There's 777 at 300 ER.
2 minutes, waiting for traffic off of Santa Monica and the SAP complex. I'll play back.
Next, Bravo's WestJet flight 10 at 22. Quebec from Calgary, a 737-800. Asking about the current temperature here.
69.6, turn left, cross 24 left, 112.6.
Let's check in with our official Avio weather reports. This hour 78. I gotta tell you, this is actually cooler than I thought it was going to be here today. They said 80 plus degrees every day here at LAX. So 78, we'll take it. Actually, it's a beautiful day. It's not very hot, it's a little warm, but nothing like we thought.
Wind 23 to left, no, 24 right to the line.
Clear land, support, southwest, 940.
Qantas Flight 11, the A380 Super, coming up from Sydney, just 9 minutes out, running about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. KLM Flight 603 coming up from Amsterdam, a 787-10 Dreamliner, 18 minutes out, coming in from the east. Korean Air Flight 11 coming up from Seoul, A380 Super, 55 minutes. I know you guys are talking about Kevin only looks at chat unless it's a super chat. Well, of course, if you guys are sending a super chat, I absolutely have to look at it. I do my best to look at the chat. My focus on any stream is to give you guys the best quality live stream in terms of keeping you up to date, running the camera, doing this, doing that. So sometimes I always can't look at the chat. My head is, like I like to say, my head is not in the chat. Now there's other live streamers, actually a lot of them, that their head is in the chat, and that's fine. To each their own, but they do miss a lot of action by having their head in the chat. I try not to have my head in the chat because I know if my head's in the chat too much, then I'm missing something. I think that you have to find a balance, and sometimes I do on certain shows, and I'm doing my best here today to look at the chat as well as give you guys all the action. Again, this is flight 21 heading back to Paris. Oh, Headland Photo. Where are you located, Headland? Are you here in Southern California? It's all right, Dutch Lion. I'm used to all the. Well, Kevin only does this if he only does this. And it's easy to hate on Kevin. I trust me. Zoom in, there we go. A380 on the downwind leg, flight 11, coming up from Sydney. North side arrival for that one. All right, Air France still waiting over there on the 24 left. Hey, what's up? Oh, do you think it's going to be north? There's no guarantee anymore. Yeah, I mean the Queen went south. If it was coming north and doing like what Qantas is doing right there, I would say yeah. But it's coming in from the east. It could, yes. It did Sunday. Yeah. I mean, looking at it right now, you've got TAP and Condor to its left. So they'll probably send Condor and TAP to the south. Emirates to the north. So it's looking good. It's looking good. Now, hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
All right, Air France. Air France rolling down the 24 left. I believe it just saw the Japan Airlines A350-1000 just made a turn on to Echo.
40, I think we crossed 24 left, left to Echo 14.65 here.
Think across 24 left and then ground Echo, top of 946.
Flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda. Flight 1 at 5. Qantas just over downtown to LA.
Doing everything under the park here.
Thank you, Chrissy. P Red Devils. Thank you, Chrissy. Well, you know.
55, wind 22011, around Del Rey, 24, left over takeoff.
24 left, 54 come on down to the Rey and left count, 535.
That's 465, other car 24 left on the way. 508, 24 left, 465.
I haven't mentioned it all day. If you guys are liking today's broadcast, make sure to hit that like button. As we call it, Feed the Beast. Of course, we got the new Feed the Beast. I was wearing that shirt on Sunday. You can find it all over there at shopavl.com. By the way, for your Platinum and Diamond and Emerald members, check out your membership tab here on YouTube. You do have your 20% off discount code you can use there at shopavl.com. The discount code was updated this morning. Shop away. 20% off all merch there at shopavl.com. Just a reminder that we do not hike up the prices on any of our merch. Our prices on all of our merch are really reasonable. I think we might have some of the cheapest cost of t-shirts, but the highest quality t-shirts, Bella and Canvas. We've kept the price for the last 5 years at $23.99 for a regular size shirt, and that for that quality is extremely good. I've seen regular t-shirts on other streams going for over $30, $32, $34, and we've kept them at $23.99 to start, and I think that's a great price. I think it's great quality, and it's a great way to help support the channel and get something in return as well. Of course, once again, if you're a Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond member, you do have a 20% off discount code you can use. You can find it over there on your YouTube membership page. All right, Japan Airlines Flight 16, the A350-1000 flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda.
Wind 23010, gust 17.
Carrie, it's just for Platinum members of, so Platinum, Diamond, and Emerald. It's always been that way from the start.
One is above the super early tower, wind 23012, gust 17, number 24, right for the last.
The last is for us.
Gust pulled up to 1 attack, mark the turbo, shoot 24 left on a blade.
On the way 24 left, down 4001.
Qantas number 2 for arrival.
Wind 23012, gust 17.
All right, up next, the Delta 75, 757 to 200.
For that 1, wind 23012, gust 17, number 24 left for the takeoff.
Pick up 24 left, that was 4000.
All right, we're going to swing the camera back to the east. The Qantas A380 Super. Short funnel for 24 right.
2004, turn left and hold short. Runway 24 left.
Turn left short at 24 left, Delta 2004.
Travel 6230 LA Tower, cross turbulence, super Airbus short final, number 24, right to the left.
24 left,
Delta 74, cross 24 left, 112.65, here.
24 left, ground point 65, Delta 2004.
So 4001 contact departure.
Just waiting on flight attendants. We'll call you when ready.
Thank you. Quantum 11-2 for a turn left. Yankee, cross 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Yankee, close to left.
All right, no one on 24 left. Should be easy peasy to the gate. Second KLM flight of the day heading to the south side. We do have Singapore flight 11 heading back to Tokyo Narita on the 777 at 300ER, just turning to the right there on the Echo.
Ready to go.
Alright, Delta 2, waiting for traffic on the south side, 24 left line of plate, traffic cross.
The left line of plate, Delta 50.
Delta flight heading to Atlanta. It's flight 715. It's an A321. China Eastern, the 777 at 300ER, running about 2 hours late, heading back to Shanghai. Also heading up for a north side takeoff.
Maintain 3000, line of the wing, pull left, Delta 50.
For the 946 LA Tower, wind 2412, gust 17. Number 24 right to the left.
This is a look at your next 5 arrivals here at LAX, both on the north and the south side. Of course, KLM up next for the south side. Unfortunately, we don't have access to our south side cameras here today, so if you'd like to catch KLM arriving, you can head on over to AVL Plus. We do have both our north and the south side cameras from high atop the H Hotel. The 777 at 300ER heading back to Tokyo Narita. Some of our great mods joining us here today. Of course, Speedster D, Charlie, Allison, Gerard, Babbitt A.
Delta 715, contact SoCal
Armin
departure.
V. Hello, Armin.
Will be Delta 715.
Kayla Lopez. The great Mod Squad joining us here today. Qantas A380 Super now making that turn, heading to the gates of Tom Bradley.
Cross 24 left, ground clear. 330.
I said Charlie. Charlie is one of our mods, but Charlie's a producer-editor, and so Charlie doesn't have anything to produce and edit right at this moment, so he's helping us out in the chat. He's also updating the Twitter feed for me as well. Arrival is Delta Flight 946, coming from Austin, Texas, an A319.
Wind 23011, gust 17, RNAV Del Rey, from 24 left to the takeoff. Take off on the
Brian Henry says howdy, and hi Kevin. Is it only hot here in DFW or is it everywhere? It seems like it's everywhere. I gotta tell you, it's actually nice, really nice here at the parking garage right now. I thought it was going to be a lot hotter here today, and it is actually really, must be a cool breeze coming off the ocean. Other parts of the Southland are not as cool, that's for sure. We do China Eastern, that 777, and running late here today, almost 2 hours late. Heading back to Shanghai, should be heading up here for north side at takeoff as well.
Copy. Clear land. For Ryan Delta, not coming on.
They certainly are keeping everyone on 24 left here today.
Singapore 11 on FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
On FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
2015 70, caution wake service, runway 24 left, full right of way.
24 left, 1.7.
All right, Singapore cleared. Now to start rolling.
123, hold short of runway 24 left, at Victor.
24 left, at Victor, 24 left.
Jeff left 23, cross runway 24 left, at Victor, 1.65.
By the way, I saw a news story. Joni, this is for you. A woman was out trimming her rose bush out in the front of her house. So a woman here in Southern California, I can't remember where it was. It wasn't out in the middle of nowhere. I want to say it was in the OC. Populated area. Not out in, you know, not a dirt road. She lived in a very nice little neighborhood. She had a little rose bush
1570 RFL Ray, runway 24 left,
out in the front of her yard, right near the mailbox. Literally on the pavement of the street is right there. I don't know if she was barefoot or wearing sandals or something. She goes to trim the rose bush and she gets bitten by a rattlesnake. I'm not laughing at that. I'm just thinking, wow. I was like, okay, it's a good thing we did not go to Plane Spotter Paradise this year, because there is no doubt rattlesnakes everywhere in the Southland this year. That poor woman, who would have thought there would have been a rattlesnake in that highly populated area here in Los Angeles? So they're everywhere. And they're definitely over there at Plane Spotter Paradise. There's no doubt in my mind.
Please preclude the above airspace going control area as requested.
Tower Delta 3162.
Delta 634, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Alright, cross 24 left, ground point 65, Delta 664.
Delta 3161.
Oh, it was in Stevenson Ranch. Santa Clarita, yeah, that's north of us.
Delta 3161, go around, maintain 2000, track the final approach course.
Okay, go around, maintain 2000, Southwest 3162.
It's number 2 going around. You can barely see it out there.
And Southwest 3161, do you have further information that we can pass along?
It's just a plaza device that's showing just want to take a look at my screen.
Do you want to go for my hold?
I didn't catch what the pilot said there.
Continue holding your position. Quality position, contact those 1570, contact look at departure.
Go to Park Zone.
I don't know if there's an issue with this plane.
Approved as requested. Delta 521, turn left, Victor, cross point 24 left, ground point 65, trap hold in position.
And Victor, clear across the 24 left, and over ground, side up, side up. And Southwest 3161, any chance we can fly the published bins and hold around?
Southwest 3161, fly runway heading, maintain 2000.
Okay, runway heading 2000, Southwest 31.
Pull off phone. Southwest 3161, contact SoCal on 125.2.
252, Southwest 3161.
All right, this is China Eastern 777 at 300 ER heading back to Shanghai. Should have departed here today at 12:30. It is 2:36.
2 Gus 17, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Del Rey,
Oh, flap issue.
left, Bravo takeoff, Sunrise 586. American 645 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line of white talk, north turbulence. American 645. Aero Mexico 645. Aeromexico 645, Delta 44, so 645 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line of white talk, north turbulence.
All right, so British Airways, the second flight of the day, flight 281, heading to the south side. Well, it's, you know, it's more of a reminder that you can't see those rattlesnakes sometimes. That poor woman, all she was doing is trimming her rose bush. And that thing went on and grabbed her foot.
RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
It's not like she went off onto a hiking trail or through the weeds. It was basically right on her pavement. I don't know. That scares me. Looking at everything coming in from the east. We got Condor in the Beige Beach livery, flight 2080 coming from Frankfurt, the A330, 16 minutes out. You got the Emirates A380 Super in the UAE flag livery coming up from Dubai. Almost running an hour late here, by the way, 22 minutes out. Will she go north? Will she go south? Tap behind that A380. And then the second one we're closely watching, Lufthansa in the 100-year livery, the A380 Super coming up from Munich, 36 minutes away.
Southwest 1745, cross only 24 left, contact
no, Jonas says Emirates going to the south. You know what? Nothing surprises me at this point. You guys watching there in Japan? Hello.
Aeromexico 645, contact look at departure.
All departure, good day, Aeromexico for 645.
Yeah, it was next to her driveway, yeah. All right, so Emirates going to the south side. Unfortunately, I don't have the south side cameras here today, but that's how the dice are being played here today. It's been a dicey day so far, so it is what it is.
2581 LA Tower, went super left line of wing.
Super left line of wing.
Yeah, Tracon Joe shirt is definitely coming. What do we want Tracon Joe to look like? That's the problem. going that side.
Really?
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm wondering what the quickest way you could get up there.
Yeah, I can.
How far is it? 18 minutes?
Police for approved.
You know, if the people mover was open, I'd say get on that and get the shot from the people mover, but
But they say it's
So 25
outside.
everyone, just around the minute,
Yeah.
wait for one off the south side.
Can you take it from that without stop?
what's that?
I mean, without place?
That's the train, which is open. I think. Probably not. If you go to the opposite end of this parking lot, you should be able to maybe get the hotels.
Okay, it's open.
I think that's your best only bet.
Also 2551 RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
All right.
Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Hunt to Welk with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Hunt to Welk says, great show as always, Kevin. You and Walnut Runaway DFW are definitely two of my favorite to watch. Please keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Hunt to Will. Appreciate that. Yeah, today's not one of our award-winning shows, but you can't have the awards every day, right?
Police are leaving the Bravo airspace, too far, Raven 7, Raven,
And our legend Jane back gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Awesome support there, Jane. That's a total of 70 gifted memberships from Jane. Thank you, Jane. You'd think they'd give us Condor as a replacement, but no, it looks like Condor is going to the south too. Trick on Joe showed up at work at 2.
Delta 2551, contact departure bay. Maintain departure, Delta 2551. Oh, it's up 4882, 2
Well, we would definitely get it on our south side cameras high atop the H Hotel if you guys want to go. You know what? Let me try to get them here, because this is ridiculous. Let me try turning on the 2 south cams again and see what happens here. I'll just turn on the 2 south. Nothing too crazy. Let's see what happens. All right, the good news is, all right, here's some good news. I just turned on the 2 south cameras. They seem to be working for now. So I will take to that shot as I'm looking at the bandwidth on the mainstream as well. So we'll turn them on, we'll turn them off when we have to. Next arrival here on the north side is Southwest Flight 4882, coming from Tampa, 737 at MAX 8. That's right, Allison, that's right. 25 right is even close on the south side. Well, they're really sticking it to us, aren't they?
Tower, Southwest 198, visual 24. Southwest 48, Taylor Tower, only 24 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 24 right, Southwest 198.
Johnny back with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Johnny. Says discretion is the better part of valor. Kevin, I'll not be trimming the weeds of Plane Spotter Paradise. Well, and I will not be walking through the weeds of Plane Spotter Paradise this year, not with all these snakes. No, thank you. Some of those weeds, you can't even see what's below you. Not safe. So if any of you, I know some of you guys go over there and still plane spot over there, Plane Spotter Paradise, be careful.
Southwest 188, LA Tower, only 2 for left, on quick. Sorry, not Southwest, JetBlue 188, LA Tower, only 2 for left, on quick. Southwest 188, LA Tower, only 2 for left, settle on 188, 2 for left, Southwest 31. Back with you, 24 right. Southwest 3161, LA Tower, 123.011.22, runway 24 right, for the land. Runway 24 right, Southwest 31.
By the way, Jane, thank you again for buying those the luggage tags in the what I call the summer vibes, the popsicles.
About 4882, I think the whole short runway 2 for left.
Popsicle colors. They look great, especially with your bags too. Jane had a shot of one of the luggage tags on her bag. I think the violet one or the red one. It looked great. Next arrival, Southwest Flight 198, coming up from SFO, 737 at 700. The go-around is number 2, Southwest Flight 3161, 737-800. So the second Southwest flight arriving was the go-around.
Last at 641, you ready to go?
Just need 30 seconds left of this one.
Oh, today, that's at 349 on the 344 right. Yeah, 3349, always trying on the 24 right, for the land. Hold on, 24 right, the 641, how about now? Stop the 641, turn left, 330, early top, please, on the 24 left, set to take off.
Left, first and 24 left, and do the 641.
JetBlue 188, nice job, contact departure, thank you.
Yeah, partnership delivery.
JetBlue 624, runway 24 left, line up away. Line up away, 4 left, up to 6 right. Southwest 198, go down to Whiskey, hold short runway 2 for left, traffic 2 mile final. Whiskey 7 for left. Southwest 198, at Whiskey, hold short runway 2 for left. At Whiskey, hold short 2 for left, Southwest 198.
All right, Condor in the beach beige livery, flight 2080 coming from Frankfurt up next for arrival on the south side. Got the Southwest. This is the go around. Apparently had floppy issues the first time.
Runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Alright, clear for takeoff. 24 left, up 66. Alright, 2223 LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
4 right, clear,
Southwest 3161, go down to Yankee, hold short with runway 24 left.
Yankee, hold short 24 left, Southwest 31.
JetBlue heading to JFK, flight 624.
Delta 428, make sure transponder's on.
2 heavies and 1 super, not even dividing them. Not even sending one of those here to the north side. That is completely Dracon Joe. Alright, Joe, you're getting your own shirt. Enough of this.
Horizon 2223, do you have the traffic in sight ahead of you there? 3.5 miles, Embraer out of 900 descending. Southwest 3161, cross 124 left, ground 0.65, see ya.
Cross 4 left, ground 0.65, Southwest 36.
198 cross 124 left, ground 0.65, thanks.
Cross 24 left, 0.65, Southwest.
Southwest 4882, cross 124 left, ground 0.65.
Cross 24 left, and ground 744.
Triple 624, contact look at departure.
Okay, 624, guard departure.
Rise 2223, thank you. Roma 24 right for the land.
24 right there.
428, always down, Roma 24 left, 5 boy. Delta 428.
Alright, we're going to try to take you high atop DH Hotel, take you to the south side. Try this with Condor up
Delta
first.
428, Roma 24 left, 5 boy.
Left, 5 boy, Delta 428.
428 on SL Ray, Roma 24 left, let's take off.
On SL Ray, left, let's there, Delta 428.
Well, I didn't get anything on my end.
Ton of mile and a half final, turn left picture, hold short, Roma 24 left.
Left picture, hold for the 24 left, cover for 349.
Alright, well, hopefully it works with Emirates. Did not work with Condor. That is Vamos, flight 623, heading to San Salvador, 883-3200.
Bravo to the south, and could proceed direct. Landing signature will be at your own risk, remain south of the E5 runways at all times.
Allison, are the Southside cameras even tracking anything? I've been on static beauty shots for the last 5 minutes.
Okay, with 3349 crossing with 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Cross 24 left, contact ground, tower 3349.
Yeah, 428, contact departure, aloha, aloha, Delta 428. Horizon 2323 left on Victor, if you can.
Oh, it's not. Okay, it wasn't just me.
Victor, 2323. 2223 left on Victor, cross 24 left, ground 165, so yeah. Victor cross G4 left, ground 165, 2323.
Thank you, Allison.
23 heavy on Del Rey, runway 24 left, clears for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24 left, Delta 523 heavy.
Delta 1651, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short.
South side Emirates in the UAE livery.
LA Tower, last 487 inbound visuals.
Left to 487 LA Tower, heavy Airbus 330 departing the parallel caution wing turbo, someone equal right foot on
Correct, Atlanta, 487.
Beautiful livery. I think they should put that on all the rest of their fleet. Beautiful. Well, it worked.
Crosswind 2 Port, crosswind 65, thanks.
Crosswind 2 Port, left to ground.
Tapir, Portugal, flight 247, coming in from Lisbon, and A330neo up next. They're on the south. Alaska, flight 487, coming in from Seattle, a 737-900ER, a minute out from a north side arrival. A380 Super Korean Air Flight 11, coming in from Seoul, 9 minutes out. Will definitely be a north side arrival. Still waiting on word on that Lufthansa 100-year livery, A380 Super, coming up from Munich, 20 minutes out. Will be, well, I guess we'll find out if it's north or south side. Headline photo with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Headline Photos. This is Kevin. Yes, in LA. Shoot you an email. Thanks for the hard work. Hope you're staying cool out there. Actually, not bad here today. Little breeze coming off the ocean. Yes, send me an email. I'd like to know what your what kind of stuff you can do. You're an IT guy, I would assume. Come in handy. All right. Arrived. All right. Well, I missed that one, Kevin.
Alaska 487, cross runway 24 left, ground point.
Oh, did we get more bad news? 25 at left for the Lufthansa A380 Super. Well, they're not liking us today, are they? We gotta find a new location on the south side. You know, everything's great with Imperial Hill, but we gotta We gotta find another spot on the south. Ground level. Of course, we got the H Hotel, but we gotta find something. If they're gonna start doing this, we gotta find something. This just didn't happen until what, 6 months ago? This is when it all started changing. Oh, thanks, Linda. Linda says if he had gone to the hill, the planes would have all gone north. Yeah, you're right on that one. Charlie says scouting expedition when I arrive. Well, you know, we did have a place on the south side. This is years ago. Somebody had worked in a building and they had offered their office, but it didn't have a patio. And I said, well, that's not going to really work very well. They're like, well, let's get you in contact with the building owner. I said, yeah, okay, great, let's do it. So then they got in contact with the building owner, and the building owner wanted to charge me $250 just to go check it out. I said, you're $250 just to go check it out? Can you imagine what they're going to charge me to do a live stream? I said, well, that's not going to work. No, it's going that way too. I know, it's crazy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry.
Maybe next time.
Well, we hope. We hope always next time. We always say next time.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can do now.
This is LAX anymore. There's just no rhyme or reason for anything. Oh, there was another location. Charlie, you were there. There was another location on the south side. It would be absolutely amazing. And it was offered to us. They said, yeah, go on the rooftop. I said, all right, well, can I go look at how you get on that rooftop? They said, sure, come on over. So I went to the back room to see the ladder that takes you up to the top of the roof. It was straight up. It was a ladder that literally gets dropped from the roof and you go straight up. Instantly said, yeah, right. It is never going to happen with all the equipment. I can tell you right now, there's no way I'd even get up that ladder, let alone get the equipment up there. It's just not. I mean, it was straight up, and it's not. I mean, you'd have to have a ladder to get to the ladder. That's. I mean, it's just next to impossible.
Got a 4091 tower and 124 left.
We need a helicopter to draw me on the roof. Yeah. Charlie was there that day. Charlie was there that day and saw the ladder. I think we all looked at each other and said, there is no way. And this is before my whole arm incident. Like, now, it just no way. That would never.
24 left down, 0.65. 24 left down, 0.65. That's for Mark. Thank you.
All right, we do have a super Green Air Flight 11.
35 Alpha Kilo LA Tower, departing the signature ramp will be at your own risk. Altimeter 2988. Departure to the south is approved. Squawk 0275. But 4091 RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left clear for takeoff.
For left clear for takeoff, RNF Del Rey, Scout 4091.
2267, contact departure.
Departure today, Del 2267.
Butter landed.
Alpha Kilo Roger, depart to the south, and you're leaving Bravo airspace. Frequency change approved to Hawthorne. 5 Alpha Kilo departure, leaving Bravo airspace to the south. Traffic off your left at 500 feet appears to have just departed Hawthorne. And the frequency change approved.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 months. September.
Alright. Well, that's a good month. Alright, take care. Sorry you didn't catch what you wanted.
That was 4091, contact departure.
Departure Scout 4091, sir.
Green Air 011 at Zulu, cross runway 24 left, in contact ground point 65.
Zulu, cross runway 24 left, ground 25, 01. Tower, United 2146, inbound visual, runway 24 right.
United 2146, LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Runway 24 right, clear to land, United 2146.
Sean asked you about the Proud Bird. We did a live stream from the Proud Bird. The problem with the Proud Bird is you can't see the touchdown. You can't see the runways.
Downfield, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
4 left, line up and wait, Skywood 3820.
I mean, thankfully we have the H Hotel. But I would love to find something a little ground level there on the south side. Yeah, good luck on that. Wishful thinking there. Alright, so the Lufthansa Flight 452 in the 100th anniversary livery committed from Munich, the A380 Super 4 minutes out, running pretty much on time. Next arrival on the south. Do have 2 heavies heading toward the north. United Flight 198 diverting back to LAX. That was a flight heading to Shanghai. A Dreamliner number 3 for Ravel, followed by the Big Q Flight 739 coming from Doha at A350 1000.
3822 on Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
24 left, clear for takeoff, RNF Del Rey, Scout 3820.
The south side, waiting on the King. El Salvador in the house. Hello, you guys.
Alaska 502, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
To left, ground point 65, Alaska 502.
That was 3822, contact departure.
Departure, good day, 38. Now we're kind of one
Copy that.
Ship says, Kevin, see if you can drop off a shipment at one of the air cargo places on the south side and park next to the runway. However, Charlie AVL might be expensive to pack and ship. I tell you, anything you ship nowadays is expensive. All right, so we do have Austrian heading here to the north side for a takeoff. We're going to take you to the south side at Lufthansa in 100-year livery A380 Super up next there on the south.
Qatari 90 Bravo, meter flight 25.
Qatari 90 Bravo, LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land, caution, my turbulence.
24 right, clear time, Qatari 90 Bravo.
United 2146, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Cross runway 24 left, over ground 65, United 2146.
Alright, Austrian heading back to Vienna. Got the big queue up next for arrival. The A350-1000 running about an hour and 15 minutes late here today.
That was 6008, LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Flight back to Vienna. We'll head to the flight coming in from Doha, A350-1000.
Bravo, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
24 left, ground point 85, Qatari 90 Bravo.
Point 65.
Hi, Cathay 9 goes left.
LR 1715 tower, caution wake turbulence, runway 24 left, line up and late.
Runway 24 left, line up and late, 1515.
All right, we officially need to make a top of the hour time. Just after 3 p.m. here in the sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at the parking garage. Hope you guys are enjoying the show here today. Sit back, relax. We got you covered. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. All right, looks like we're getting another Air France 777 heading back to Paris. Now making that turn onto Echo. Flight 23.
Go 6008, hold short, runway 24 left.
Hold short, 24 left. Yeah, 6008.
1715 on FL Ray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Hard up the railroad, super left, clear for takeoff, 1515.
All right, up next, American Eagle SkyWest E-Jet. Oops.
West 6008, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Cross 24 left, ground point 65.
So the next show will be on Friday. We are going to bring back Nighthawk. I have made a decision.
Los Angeles, 5307.
We will be bringing back Nighthawk on Friday, starting at 3 p.m.
Well, T4 right, go 5307.
Go 6188, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
So 3 p.m. for Nighthawk, back on the
LR
south side.
1715, contact departure.
Departure right, 1515.
Air France 23 Golf, LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Air France 23 Golf.
Hello, Center 791, would you just pass copy?
Center 791 Tower, runway 24 right, turn around.
Hello, 248 on Center 791.
Tower 7 and 23 Golf, holding 26 Airfare 23 Golf, LA Tower, Number 109 Bravo Golf Tower.
Thanks, Allison. Yeah, oh well.
That's the degree of 7 o'clock, 24 left down, 0.65.
Turn right, 24 left, don't scratch. Yeah, let's,
I told him we were on the north side. Greg back with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says trivia. What of these ice cream flavors appeared first? Vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry? I was going to say all of the above. But you sent in the $5 super chat with the answer. The answer is chocolate, a recipe that first appeared in Naples in 1692, then came strawberry 1744, then finally vanilla in 1760. Wow. Now that is some trivia. At what point did they put them all together and make it a Neapolitan?
791 and 6 cross runway 24 left, ground 0.65.
Hey, Victor, cross 24 left and ground 2165, Airline 791.
This is Air France Flight 23, a 777-300ER heading back to Paris.
Air France 23 Golf on Del Rey, runway 24 left, super takeoff.
Traffic at 24 left, and Airline Del Rey from 23 Golf.
JetBlue 924 Tower, caution, wake turn left, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
24 left, runway, caution,
Side at takeoff.
LA Tower, City on
505 from Romeo, proceed on to runway 24 right.
Romeo, taking on the 24 right, City on 50. Tower, go at 38, far down to the 24 right.
38 Lake Tower, continue inbound, there's a routine runway inspection in progress.
Anita making that turn onto Echo.
French 23 Golf, contact departure.
Departure, 23 Golf, bye.
Chris, gifting one Airline Infinity Live membership. Thank you, Chris.
JetBlue 924 and Del Rey, runway 24 left, super takeoff.
Marina Bay Live, becoming a Diamond member once again. Thank you so much. Awesome support. I was just talking, by the way, since you're a Diamond member once again, There's that 20% off discount that was just released
2198
today.
tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Platinum and Diamond and Emerald members. Thank you so much. That is ITA Flight 621 heading back to Rome at 6-year-old A350-900.
Delta 2198 RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 24 left, RNAV Del Rey, Delta 2198.
Up 505, roger, it's going to be a few minutes for 24 left. Contact departure.
Departure 724.
Sweden. Hello, Sweden.
Good day, Delta 766 is with you on the RNAV movie.
3812, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, go 3812.
2766, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, Delta 27.
05, proceed on the runway 24 left.
So if you guys maybe noticed yesterday, remember I was out here on Saturday
Delta 2198,
at the parking garage shooting some 4K videos. I posted the vertical short, YouTube short of the ITA A350 arrival here from the parking garage yesterday here on AVL. You go check it out. You guys are telling me you want more of that.
Hey, Tower, Southwest 716, approaching me, around in the corner to the right, second.
Delta 716, LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Southwest 716, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Crossing way 24 left, ground point 65.
Thank you, Jim.
24 left, ground point 65,
Linda says, yes, more 4K, please. I actually got another microphone. I needed a new microphone for the Nighthawk, so I got one. Make it the audio just a little bit better.
Plane Tower, City on 505, 34 left,
Skybright PSP says I just got here about an hour ago. Kevin doesn't seem very perky. Did I miss something? Everything okay? Well, it's been a rough start here today, Skybright.
Push it 1025 LA Tower, crossing my turbulence, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Runway 24 left, Delta 2766, hold short, runway 24 left. Hold short, 24 left, Delta 2766. Delta 2766, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65. 24 left, ground point 65, Delta 2766. Taro 621, you contact departure. Mr. Taro 621, I'm in home. Bye.
Next arrival is Southwest Flight 716, coming from Sacramento is 737 and 700. And that is the last of the arrivals for a very long time. So if you have any questions for your plane jockey Kevin, I'm here to answer them. I'll be looking at the chat. I got my head in the chat.
Contact departure.
Getting serious. Story time? Sure. You know, I always have a story for something. What kind of story you want? You know, I got a story for anything. Anything. You just gotta give me a topic. What am I doing airport live streams? You guys just want my story time. I might as well have my own YouTube channel called Kevin's Story Time. Mr. Diamond asking about future live streaming in Burbank or Santa Ana or Long Beach. No, the answer is no to each one of those. Yes, please tag me, Gina. Charlie, favorite food as a kid. Favorite food as a kid. I always think about this too. I know exactly what I liked. And we're talking like, I really wasn't a teenager, so it would have been what, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish, that age group. There was a place called Bennigan's in my hometown of East Lansing. I think it was actually in Okemos. Bennigan's. It was kind of like a TGI Fridays. It was like it was kind of, I guess it felt like an Irish restaurant. Bennigan's. Anybody remember that place? I used to like to go to Bennigan's, and they had a really good strawberry shake, and I'd have a strawberry shake and potato skins. They had really good potato skins. Came off the appetizer menu, but that's what I liked. I liked potato skins and a strawberry milkshake.
Delta 2120 on FL Ray, runway 24, that's super takeoff.
My mom was never too happy about that. I liked it. Yeah, it wasn't, a real meal, but that's what I liked. If there was potato skins on the menu, I usually got that. Oh, I'll take the potato skins. I don't know what it was about the potato skins. Dipped in sour cream. Eventually my mom ruined it for me. One day she said, Kevin, you're not getting potato skins, you're not getting a strawberry shake, you're getting fat. That was the end of the potato skins and the milkshake. Apparently I was getting fat as a kid. Oh well. Yeah, oh Barb. Barb should give it to you straight. Barb gives it to you straight. Alright, so there you go. Any other questions? Oh, Pana 350 says, what would you like from Japan? I'm not really a fish person. And I don't like sushi, and I really don't. I'm from Michigan, so I'm kind of like more of a meat potatoes type of person. Or potato sticks.
Canada 556 tower, runway 24 right for the land. All right,
Paige Larson asking, what's the plane you've never seen flown on that's on your bucket list? Definitely the A380. That is not something I've flown on before. Definitely A380. I don't know if I'm ever going to get on one, I'll be honest with you, because, well, I have no plan to go to Europe anytime soon. I don't know how long Lufthansa is going to have their A380s. I don't plan on going to Seoul, and I don't plan on going into Dubai. So I may never get on one. Southwest, flight heading to Salt Lake City, flight 2344, lined up, 737-800. Up next, arrival Air Canada, flight 556, coming from Vancouver, an Airbus A220-300. '30s, Gina says. They'll have their E380s still. Or they gotta update those cabins. I hear they're not very comfortable. We have a Delta 76 making a right-hand turn onto Echo. Charlie's saying I should do Macayos for dinner tonight. You know what? That reminds me. I told myself I was going to get Benny's tonight. I usually get Benny's when I go to San Diego because I don't get back to the office until around 8:30, and then I don't get home until almost 9, and there's really not much to order from at that point. Benny's, the great taco place not too far from LAX up there in Westchester, has a really good burrito, and I usually get that because it's the only thing available late at night. But well, tonight I'm not in San Diego's, but it still sounds good. By the way, in downtown Westchester over here, I'm trying to think, you see that Target? Right across the street from Target, in that Ralph's parking lot, kind of on the corner of, gosh, I can't remember what that street is. Gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of that actor. Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart owned a burger chain with. It didn't have real meat, and it was Hart something. Hart. He had his own fast food chain. If anybody remembers, I don't know how many stores he had, but he had one there in Westchester, and it went belly up. So that store has been vacant for, I want to say, almost 2 years, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And guess who's moving in? Not that I'm that excited about it. Chipotle. Chipotle is now moving into Westchester. So if you want some Chipotle outside of LAX, we got one now in Westchester. I was kind of hoping for a coffee bean. Chipotle? I don't know how well that's. I don't think that's going to do too well in Westchester. I don't know. Maybe I'm secretly hoping that it becomes a coffee bean at some point.
1177 LAX, Hill ready, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Heading to JFK flight 9 at 38.
938, contact departure.
Report Chanel over 930. Heavy kidding.
Alright.
Greg asking, have you heard of Chi-Chi's? Oh yeah, we've talked about Chi-Chi's on the show before. My old co-host couldn't believe that there was a place called Chi-Chi's. Yeah, we talked about it many times. I like Chi-Chi's. I used to get the taco salad at Chi-Chi's, even as a kid.
Southwest 2392, LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 24 left, Southwest 2392.
Go to our next arrival lane, Delta 8321 and Nia.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24 left, Southwest 2392.
Delta 753, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Cross runway 24 left, ground point 65, Delta 753.
916 Spotter upgraded membership to Platinum here today. Thank you so much. 916 Spotter, by the way, you can go shop at shopavl.com with your 20% off discount code.
Southwest 2392, contact departure.
Southwest 2392, getting.
Greg back with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says Neapolitan ice cream most likely traces its origin to France. Have you ever had the Spinoli? Many shops at that time were run by Italians. I think I have. There was a place in, I don't want to call it downtown Burbank. It was off Magnolia in kind of a artsy district of Burbank. There's a old-style Italian restaurant over there called Pinocchio's, and they have all kinds of desserts and whatnot. And I think they have it there. Pinocchio's, great name for a restaurant too. Skybry PSB with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Skybry. Says no matter what, you know we're always with you. Well, thank you. Yeah, you asked the question, you know, why am I not as spunky today? And well, we had a little internet issue that delayed us about an hour and a half. That's right. So it kind of takes the, you know, think about when you're in a race. When you're in a race, you're ready to go at the start line, and the gun goes off. And then all of a sudden you fall over and you can't get up. That's kind of how it feels when the internet will not cooperate with you at the beginning of a live stream. You kind of lose your energy, I guess. Kind of drags you down a little bit. But we got back up about an hour and a half later. And then Traycon and Joe showed up here today and sent all of our special liveries to the south side. So it's been one of those days. That's all right.
Tower Louis, 26K,
Jonas with the super chat. Thank you, Jonas. As you can fly Emirates A380 from JFK to Milan. You know, I was going to say that when I was talking about that. I think, honestly, I would do that. Though I'm not quite sure if I really want to go to Milan. Though I have been to Milan before, and then we traveled up into the Alps. Northern Italy. I wouldn't mind doing that again. It was beautiful up there. Next arrival is United Flight 2610 coming from SFO 737 to MAX 9. Our next heavy arrival here on the north side is Iberia Flight 351 coming from Madrid. A350-900. We also have On the Pond Flight 126 coming from Tokyo Haneda. Dreamliner 10 minutes out.
1200, visual control. Southwest 500 LA Tower, runway 24 right for the land. Clear land 24 right, touch 5.
Earlier, I did announce the location of our billboard that's coming up on August 10th. That's 2 weeks, or a week from Monday. It is over here in Westchester.
United 2610, approximately 24 left down, 0.65.
This one. This is the back end of it. It's right across the street from the In-N-Out Burger. So faces the In-N-Out, faces Sepulveda, faces the big park out there outside the In-N-Out Burger. So should be some great exposure coming up very soon.
Iberia 03 Zulu Bravo LA Tower, runway 24 right for the land.
Greg back with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Iceland Air is kind of our Emirates up here in MSP. One of those planes you look forward to seeing every time. What do they send up there? The A320? No, they have the 737 MAX 8, right? That's true, yeah. Charlie says you can see
Delta 622 Tower,
you can see the billboard from Westchester Bridge location too, yeah. That Latam Dreamliner 787-8 Dreamliner heading to Santiago. Also Virgin Flight 8 A350-1000 making that turn on to Echo.
RNAV Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 622. And Chile 603 Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
And a friend there in Chicago, Wendy Lindy. Linda Kavinsky gifting a 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Awesome support. I got Iberia up next for arrival. You see the Queen heading up here for north side takeoff as well.
Land Chili 603 on F Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 24 left, today. 600.
Now we're getting all the heavies all at one time.
There we go, 3842, 248.
3842 tower cross commercial lunch, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Alright, go ahead, 3842.
Service 500, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Cross 24 left, ground point 65, 75.
Can't tell if Coastal Eddie is coming in.
Heavy 03 Zulu Bravo, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold runway 24 left, Bravo.
Chili 603, contact departure.
Germany in the house. Wow, here comes your plane.
Delta 1438, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 24 left, RNAV Del Rey, Delta 1438.
This 198 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up runway. Difference 24 X-ray LA Tower, runway 24 right.
A lot of you guys watching there in Deutschland. Number 2 for Ravel here on the north side. Air France Flight 24 coming up from Paris. Another 777 at 300ER, followed by All Nippon to Flight 126. Looks like Swiss also heading to the north side.
That was 198 on F Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Virgin 8 Yankee Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
And it is officially top of the hour time. It is officially 4 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. I'm your plane jockey Kevin. I'll make this quick. It's really busy at LAX. Thanks for joining here today. Sit back, relax. We got you covered. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you are new.
November 24 heavy, on 126 tower, runway 24 right, clear to land, cross to make your run.
Runway 24 right, Victor on 126.
3842, come up at Victor and hold short of runway 24 left. Got 3842, let's put the hold short part in there, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short 24 left is Victor, 3842.
Virgin 8 Yankee on Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, Air France up next. Virgin Flight 8 heading back to London Heathrow. I think we got ourselves a coastal landing coming our way.
Skyline 3842 crossing my 2 left, on the ground 165.
2 left, and over to ground, good thing.
Spirit 030 Bravo heading crossing my 2 left, contact ground 0.65.
Go on with 2 4 lane, ground 165.
24 in for heavy, cross on the 2 left, contact ground 165.
With 2 4 left, 119 by the ground 2 4.
Virgin 8 heavy, contact to approaching.
At Delta, Flight 802.
96 Falls Extra, contact here, left to the heavy Dreamliner, wind 25013 on a 24 right for the
All right,
line.
ANA up next. Queen currently number 3 for takeoff. Swiss number 2 for arrival here on the north side.
126 heavy, hold short, 192 left.
It's flight 40 coming up from Zurich on the 777 at 300 ER.
Delta 802 heavy on Del Rey with 24011, runway 24 left, let's take off.
24 left, clear to take off, something good there.
Delta 708, contact to an approaching.
Clear to good there, Delta 708.
Delta 457 heavy, Los Angeles, turn at Q4 left, line of the wing, cross my turbo. Heavy cross on my Cuba left, copy ground 0.65.
Cross number 248, contact ground 165, morning, small one.
Heavy contact to approaching.
Up next for arrival, Lufthansa Flight 457 at Yankee Golf heading back to Frankfurt. 13-year-old 747 Intercontinental delivered to Lufthansa in 2013.
Alright. So that's 70 Los Angeles Tower Complex, Turbo, Turbo, Heavy, Going, Triple 712, just on the 457 Heavy, RNAV Del Rey with 24012, 1924 left, up takeoff. Del 2154 Los Angeles, turn 24 left, line of way, cosmic turbulence, tropical cross, downfield.
Alright, Queen, ready to go. Cleared for takeoff, 24 left.
Split 40 Heavy, roll to the end, stay on the runway, do not turn off the runway for traffic departing. Next Bravo, on a step-on bomb. Please 18 Los Angeles Tower, Los Angeles Altimeter 2985, their request. Please 18, approved at request 10227. Swiss 40 Heavy, turn left to Zulu, cross, runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Left of Zulu, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65. 40.
Lufthansa 457 Heavy, contact SoCal departure.
Straight into Coastal Eddy. Let's check out AVO weather report. Currently 76 degrees. Few clouds, but we got Coastal Eddy coming in over the coast. It's coming in at 11 knots too, coming up from the west. Number 2 for arrival here on the north side is American Flight 26, running about 2 hours late for the Streamliner, coming up from Tokyo Haneda. Following Southwest Flight 3970, coming up from Houston, a 737 at MAX 8.
Sorry, 2670 Los Angeles, Tower 24013, gun 21, runway 24 right for the line. Delta 2154 and out Del Rey, with 24013, runway 24 left for the takeoff. I'm sorry, 24 left for the takeoff. 1571 Los Angeles, Tower 924 left on board. Sorry, 2670 Los Angeles, Tower 23013, runway 24 right for the line.
That delayed American Dreamliner.
4133 Los Angeles Tower 24012, runway 24 right for the line. South 3970, hold short, runway 24 left. That's 4133, contact turbulence to see what have a Dreamliner. South 1571, RNAV Del Rey, 24012, runway 24 left, up to takeoff.
For left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Del Rey, number 1571.
2154, contact air departure. Ground 928, Los Angeles, turn 24 left, left for the way.
of delayed flights here today. Fiji, coming up from Nani. I think it just arrived on the south side. Yeah, that should have arrived at 1:05 this afternoon. It arrived at 4:07, so 3 hours late for Fiji Airways Flight 810.
Delray, 125.012, runway 24 left, come takeoff.
24 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray, Southwest 928.
American 26 Heavy, hold short, runway 24 left.
Hold short 24 left, American 26.
Hold 1571, contact the runway departure.
Swiss heading to the gates of Tom Bradley.
Please 18 approved as requested. Southwest 3970 cross, runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
24 left, and ground, 3970.
American 26 Heavy cross, runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Boss, 24 left, ground point 65, American 26 Heavy.
Some of you guys have been sending us some mail, and well, it's on my list to get done this week. If you'd like to send us anything to our mailbox, there is the address on the screen. Just located just down the street from LAX. On my list of things to get done this week. Kevin from Aspen, also running late, actually almost 3 hours late on that one. My gosh. SkyWest flight 4133.
That was 4133, cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
That's 24 left, ground point 65, guys, 4133.
It's like I check my mailbox once a month. Yeah, why is that? I don't know. There's nothing good in the mailbox anymore, that's why. Are you guys getting weather there in Phoenix? It doesn't look like anything. All right, back to story time. What do you guys got? What do you want to know now?
It's 18 limit off there, Star Space Fox, 8 bar, free change approved.
Oh yeah, you guys are asking me about a pilot's license. No, I never wanted to be a pilot. That's not my thing. I like planes, I like airports, I like the airline industry, but I never wanted to be a pilot. Not my cup of tea. Joni asking, did you ever break a TV camera? I did, by accident, in Louisville, Kentucky. It fell right on the lens. And so the lens went straight into the sensory board. It was an old Sony, older camera, 2-piece camera, shoulder camera. I can't remember what I was doing, but it dropped backwards off my shoulder and fell straight into the ground. I didn't really get in trouble.
Frontier Flight 3215, Los Angeles, Carolina 25011, runway 24 right, clear left. 24 right, clear left, Frontier Flight 3215.
I can't remember why I didn't get in trouble with that in Louisville. The people in Louisville that I worked with at Wave 3, they were just such a nice group of people that, like, no one got mad at each other. So weird. Oh, you dropped the camera? Oh, you poor thing. We'll get you a new one. All right? All right, all right. Get back out there, cover those horse races. All right. Yeah, so you guys are talking about American Airlines is grounded right now. Interesting. Due to an IT outage. Eek. You're right, Brian. Well, it was an older camera. It was a Sony 2-piece. So back in the day, before they came out the Sony, I can't remember, it was the BVW something, PVW. Anyway, they came out with a 1-piece, and those were the cameras to have. But before that, they came out with a 2-piece camera. So you had like the camera itself in the front, and then the record deck in the back. And it was one of those older ones, and it just kind of whoops. Definitely was a write-off. Like, I'll order a Kevin. Order Kevin one of those new ones. Did I ever tell you the story how I actually went to Louisville, Kentucky? It wasn't on my list of places to live ever.
718 Los Angeles, trying to keep a left on Kuwait. We're left on Kuwait, also 718.
It's a good story. And it starts in West Michigan at WZZM 13. It all started right there.
Delta 718 on up Del Rey with 24011.
So I was working in Grand Rapids, WZZM 13, Eyewitness News. And I'd been there for, 3 years, 3.5 years at that point. I kind of was outgrowing the city. I kind of wanted something new. But I was comfortable there. I was treated well there. I had some great opportunities in Grand Rapids, and it was a nice place. And they hired a reporter who was she was mean. She was a mean reporter. She wasn't very nice. Though she thought she was nice, but she wasn't very nice. No one liked her. And she would just make really rude comments to everyone, like talk behind their back. We have to sit in a car together for 8 hours or something. And, there's certain things that you talk about, the newsroom and other people, whatever. But she was a nasty person. I will say that. She was a nasty person. And she
First
said
flight
some comments to me, as well as other people. I mean, the comments she said to me directly to my face were nothing like what she was saying to people behind everyone's back. So I didn't like her, but I had to deal with her, right? We all have to be stuck in a car, and you have to deal with it. And sometimes you just bite your lip. And I was much younger back then. I was, geez, how old was I? 23? So we get sent down to Battle Creek, Michigan, for a tornado that had happened, or some bad weather. And back then we had a satellite truck, and so they sent a satellite truck. And Battle Creek is about an hour and a half, 2 hours south of Grand Rapids. So we drove down there. It was very late. We got down there very late. The satellite truck guy got down there somewhat late. So we were really battling at the time to begin with. And we're running to get this thing up. She makes, I can't, honestly, for the life of me, I can't remember what she said. But it was something so horrendous that I finally couldn't bite my lip anymore. And I said, "How dare you talk to me that way?" And she started screaming back at me, and I started screaming back at her. We are literally screaming at each other. The live shot should be happening at this point. We missed the live shot because we were screaming at each other so much. The live shot never happened. So of course you get a phone call from the TV station and say, "What happened?" So of course they took both sides. "Kevin, what happened?" "Well, blah blah and blah blah," and they took her side as well, and she was definitely in the wrong, and she knew it. But she was the type of person that would never admit to that. And the TV station, they didn't side with any of us. No, they were siding with me, but they basically told me that we're going to suspend you both just because that way it's just going to be easier. And I got really upset by that because I felt like I hadn't done anything. I stood my ground to someone who was just such a pity of a person who shouldn't be working there in the first place, and she caused all this drama, and they suspended both of us for a week. And I got really upset by that. I got really let down by that because I felt like I had done nothing. And that was kind of the start of me looking at other jobs. So at that point I started saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago. I'm going to Chicago. I've always wanted to live in Chicago." And I remember I'm in Grand Rapids, so Chicago's not too far from Grand Rapids. So I got a job interview at Chicagoland TV, which was WGN's little sister baby TV channel, the 24-hour TV channel in Chicago. If anybody remembers it, Chicagoland TV, it might be still around. I have no idea, but it's the baby TV station of WGN. So I go down there. I'm like, wow, this is really cool. I'm gonna be living in Chicago. And so they offered me the job. And of course, I just want to get out of Grand Rapids at this point. I was frustrated with the TV station. How dare them, suspend me for something that I didn't do. I just wanted to get out. And so Chicagoland offered me a job as a TV photojournalist for $28,000 a year. $28,000. This would have been 1996 or 7. I didn't tell them yes or no. I had to think about it. I was like 28,000, even back in the late 90s. That was going to be tough in Chicago. Extremely tough. Extremely tough. But I wanted to leave Grand Rapids, so I was all dead set on saying, all right, I'm going to go to Chicago. I'm going to go work at Chicagoland TV. See Grand Rapids. And I was going to call Chicagoland and tell them yes. And I get a phone call out of the blue one day.
That's 24 left, ground.
Before I can make a decision to Chicagoland, I pick up the phone and it's Wave 3 TV. I can't remember how they even got my phone number. Because I don't think we had email back then. I think we did we? I have no idea. They called me. I remember they said, "Hey, this is Wave 3 in Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, by chance, you have been winning a lot of National Press Photographer Association awards in our region. That's a quarterly competition for news photographers throughout the country. And Louisville and Grand Rapids were in the same category, in the same area. And they were upset that I was winning all the awards up there in Grand Rapids because they were the award-winning station. So they just randomly, it was a random phone call to me, and said, hey, we see you winning all these awards. Do you by chance want to come down for an interview in Louisville, Kentucky? I said, sure. And they flew me down there. I remember it was on a Delta 727. I flew what did I fly from Grand Rapids to Cincinnati? I remember the 727 was from Cincinnati to Louisville. I can't remember what the first leg was. Maybe an MD-80. So I get to Louisville, Kentucky. Of course, they come and pick me up, treat me like royalty. And everyone was so nice. I couldn't believe it. And especially after what I've been dealing with in Grand Rapids, with that reporter and screaming and yelling at me and other people. I thought, these people are so nice. This is such a nice environment. Never would I have ever thought that I would ever want to live in Louisville, Kentucky. It wasn't on my bingo card. But the people were so nice. And they didn't offer me much money. They offered me exactly what Chicagoland offered. So $28,000. I believe that was 1997. But you could get a lot more for $28,000 in Louisville than you could in Chicago. So I took it in a heartbeat and I moved to Louisville. There you go. That's how it all happened. So I thought I was going to Chicago. It probably wouldn't have worked out in Chicago. I wouldn't have made no money in Chicago. I moved to Louisville, met some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. Sharpen my photography skills even more. A winning station. That's how that all happened. So thank you, nasty reporter back there at Grand Rapids. She tried to become a Facebook friend like 10 years ago. I said, you gotta be kidding me.
American 1719, cross runway 24 left, trying to ground 0.65.
Cross 24 left, Victor, order ground, good day, American 1719.
Hawaiian A330-200, coming up from Honolulu. Join in there on
runway 24 left, contact
Echo.
ground point.
Flight heading to Boston, flight 2166. Next arrival is another heavy Cathay flight 882, coming up from Hong Kong at 777-300ER. Looks like the Lufthansa Dreamliner to the south side today. SAS also heading to the south side. We do have the Asiana flight 204 coming up from Seoul, the A350, 8 minutes away.
Heavy cross, runway 24 left, they kind of got a flight 6 black.
Cross 24 left, 1
Going back and reading some of your comments there in the chat about my story. Yes, well, you know, I've always told the kids. I've always told you kids, if you're watching, you always go from one thing to the next in terms of jobs.
Traffic 12 o'clock and 2 miles, 500 indicated appears to be southbound. Type was unknown. You're leaving LA Bravo airspace to the northwest. Radar system coming in at spot VFR. Frequency change approved. Asking a question. Did you ever work with any other person as bad as the woman in Grand Rapids? In terms of reporter, a few that came kind of close in other markets. I had the 1 or 2 here in Los Angeles.
I'm trying to think, did I ever have in Phoenix? Everyone in Phoenix is always great. Louisville was awesome. Yeah, there was a few here in LA, but they didn't seem to last very long here. Charlie asking, what is your favorite city to work in, Kevin? Of course, LA. I used to love driving around LA and all the history. So American Airlines is grounded nationwide, worldwide. Tom with the $2 super chat to say Kevin, great stream tonight. Hot here in DFW. That's what I hear. I've got a nice cool breeze coming off the ocean here. Thankfully, we'll stay cool there, Tom. Alan Espinosa back with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Alan. It's given when you're going back to Honolulu. I have no idea, Alan. I gotta get back to JFK first. Greg with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says trivia, how many years after the invention of the invention of the tin can was the can opener invented? A, 5 years, 15, B, 15, C, 36, D, 48. Well, I hope it was A. I take that back. I don't think it was right after that. Didn't you have to take a knife to open up a tin can?
And squawk 0234. Either 02 heavy LA Tower, heavy Airbus at a mile final, Council Wake Terminal.
This is Asiana Flight 204, the second Asiana flight of the day, coming in from Seoul, A350-900. Flight 12, Kevin from Taipei, 777-300ER up next for arrival. This is Air Tahiti Nui Flight 7 heading back to Pape to the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Exit to the left, cross runway 24 left, and kind of ground flight 65.
Roger, left turn, cross runway 24 left, and 146.65, and then at 0.
PD Line 7 Heavy Los Angeles out, and keep on up line up and wait, traffic will cross.
SAS landed on the south side.
Montana 204, crossing runway 24 left.
Okay, 02 heavy, roger. 8 tower, heavy 777 touchdown. Heavy Dreamliner departing parallel, constellation terminal, for 24 right cleared for land.
24 right cleared to land and thanks.
Gotta love those G90s.
Eva 0 is too heavy. Hold short, runway 24 left.
JTA 7, there is no static sound. I don't know. Maybe you got a bad wire on your system. No static here. Alright, Dreamliner off to Papeete.
Line up and wait. Let it go 24 left, southwest 24.
Wait, taking up your discretion.
And tower bearing on 420, verify we're clear line 24 right.
Eva 012 heavy, cross runway 24 left and counting ground 0.65.
Cross runway 24 left, counting ground 0.65. 012 heavy.
Carry down flight 420 first, runway 24 right clear to land, constellation terminal.
24 right clear to land, thanks, carry down flight 420. LA tag it up in November 140, thanks, first runway 45.
40 connector, LA tower, by 2.013, just 18, runway 24 right clear to land.
Right, clear land.
Heavy, we are on. KLM 604 Heavy, LA Tower, Roger. Tahiti Airline 7 Heavy, contact personnel departure. Alpha 2441 with 240 at 13 on into Delaware.
I got KLM, flight 604, the Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam.
KLM 604 Heavy, Los Angeles, down, keep it up. And line up and wait. And line up and wait, but I'm going to keep it.
Greg, back with the answer. $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Since the answer is D, 48. The first practical can opener wasn't patented until 1858. Holy moly, 48 years later. Jeez.
Heavy with 24014 on into Delaware, that'll be 2 for left, that's takeoff. Then I'll Delaware, keep taking 2 for left, KLM, 60 for left. Don't seem a 0 Quebec here, constellate Triple, Heavy 777, departing parallel, Heavy Dreamliner. That's 147.
We're not doing too bad with the takeoffs here today. Just the arrivals. Kind of missed some arrivals here today, but in terms of heavy takeoffs, we're doing quite well.
Victor, cross runway 24 left, kind of ground point 65.
Roger that. At Victor Cup 24 left, we'll contact ground 2165.
Star Alliance United.
Gallon 6 to Brent, connect to the apartment.
Okay, still copy that. Get on my 6 to the 4.
Victor, Select Country, Victor, cross runway 24 left, and kind of ground point 69.
Let's go make cross 24 left and ground 0.65, November 14 here.
American 28 minutes ago on Twitter X released and said a technology issue briefly impacted connectivity for some of our systems on Tuesday evening. Systems are coming back online now and flights are departing again. We put a temporary ground stop in place while our teams work to resolve the issue. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. So everything is up and running again with American. That's good news.
That's all for Delta 311.
Renette with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Renette. Says, hi, Kevin. This is for your Benny's dinner tonight. I can't wait. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hope you and James are doing well.
Delta 1570. 17.
Delta 1570 is on a visual 24 right.
1570, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, Delta 1570.
Beautiful horse there. Thank you, Renette.
1517, how do you hear this transmission?
1570 miles clear.
United flight heading to SFO, flight 2019 in the Star Alliance livery, a 737-800.
2019, I saw runway 24 left on the way.
Runway 24 left, line over
Yeah, 2019, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Delta 311, I car, are you ready? Ready, Delta 311. Delta 311, tax full length, runway 24 left on its way. Full length, 24 left, on the way, Delta 311.
Turn and burn.
Okay, thank you. No, actually, it was an equipment issue on my end. Thank you.
Tacona, Delta Airlines flight 311, A321 Neo.
Full 19, LA Center, 124.013, get up to 19, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, all right, that's all right.
Seems like it's not been a great 24 hours for any IT, including ours. Carolina Ventrella with the $10 super chat says, I just became a member. Thank you, Kevin, for all the aviation streaming. You are amazing. Well, thank you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for your support.
Julian, I'll turn the 8 altimeter 293.
Next arrival is Delta Flight 1219, coming from Atlanta. It's A321neo.
Delta 1517 left to Victor, hold short, runway 24 left.
6024 left, Delta 1517.
Just taking a look at some times for the A380 departures. Emirates 440 estimated now, 455, which is about right now. So we should be seeing the Emirates pushing back. Also TAP 507, Condor 445. And the Lufthansa A380 Super 554.
Delta 35, with the additional 4 right, 1
Delta 355, only turn with 24013 and a 24 right straight left.
4 right, Delta 355.
Heading to SFO, flight 1610 at 737-800.
Alaska 1610 with 24013 on Happy Del Rey, runway 246 takeoff.
Del Rey, to the left.
Delta 418, only turn runway 245, voice down to the front.
Boy, only 24 left, don't have 40.
Condor 16, and
Thank you for your help.
Flight heading to Kahului, flight 418, A321neo.
Delta 1517, cross runway 24 left, heading up 165.
Cross 24 left, 0.65, Delta 1517.
Delta 1219 left Victor, you got it. Cross runway 24 left, heading front of 0.65. You're going to Whiskey, cross runway 24 left.
Looks like Qantas, flight 15, the flight coming from Brisbane, A330-200, 4 minutes out will be a Southside arrival. Do have United Dreamliner coming from Shanghai, flight 199, 7 minutes out will be a Northside arrival.
Police 18, traffic west, 1 mile, 500 indicated type unknown. Police 18, leaving other Bravo airspace,
Australia.
Delta 418 with 240 at 13, are under the way, runway 24 left, clear takeoff.
Delta check, 24 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 418.
Delta CDP 21, other ground at 24 left,
Oh,
mile
money
away.
guys there in Australia.
321.
Delta 324, LA, Tower 12413, runway 24 right, clear for 9.
Go to our next arrival, a Delta 737 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee.
Delta 14, kind of quick departure.
14, thanks so much. Have a good day.
Delta CDP 21 with 24012 on the Delray, runway 24 left, clear takeoff.
Pranav Delray, homie. Left turn takeoff, Kevin.
Each rolling down at 24 left. American Eagle, Sky West, flight 6221, heading to SFO in that EJet. Number 2 for arrival here on the north side is Sun Country, flight 425, coming up from Minneapolis. Has that second livery. It's that all blue, darker blue. Let's officially take it to the top of that hour once again. And it's just after 5 p.m. here in sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotted action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is July 28th, 2026. Counting down the days to the end of July as we approach August. Can't believe it. Hope you guys are enjoying today's show. Waiting for that Emirates A380 to head up here to the north side. Should be here any moment. Should be pushing back any moment, I should say. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. You're looking at a very bare north side. Happened to Coastal Eddy. It kind of started to come together and then he just kind of disappeared again. Let's check in with our AVL weather report for this hour. Currently 76 degrees Fahrenheit. A few clouds, little coastal eddy just there off the coast. Wind picking up, coming off from the west, 13 knots.
23013 and a 24 right, clear to land.
Up next is United Flight 199, the Dreamliner coming from Shanghai, just 2 minutes out.
5425, turn left to Victor, cross runway 24 left, cut off flight 6.
All right, Emirates Flight 216 in the UAE's flag livery, arriving on the south side here today. We'll definitely be heading up here for north side at takeoff, unless it's too heavy. Well, Sue, I wouldn't say all LA weather is just cool. I mean, you go, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes from here toward downtown or in the valley, and it's going to be a lot hotter.
On a heavy Dreamliner, 3 miles on the passageway, turn left on 23013, run the 24 right, clear to land.
So that 24 right, American 1509.
We got that United Dreamliner up next for arrival. And this is the Korean Air King being brought over to the remote area. Delta 757. This is one of those sports charters. No winglets. It has that dish toward the front of the plane. Flight 8841 headed to Seattle. A 730-year-old 757 at 200 sports charter. And off she goes to Seattle.
Heavy Victor, Whiskey, cross runway 24 left, cut off flight 65.
And up like a rocket. More than likely going to go pick up someone in Seattle. Next arrival, American Flight 1502, coming in from Charlotte, an A321.
3776 left hand turn on one of the south side, heavy 777 passageway, turn left, and keep on a final and wait.
419.7376.
Louis. American 1502, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold up, 4 left there.
Comes Condor. Sammy the Third with an awesome $25 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you, Sammy. This is Starlux A350 1000, the Air Sorama. Am I saying that right, by the way? Air Sorama is on its way to Phoenix again today. Has it been to LAX? No. We don't get the A350 1000 here in LAX. We only get the 900. And I'm scratching my head. Why don't we get the 1000? You guys are getting it. I think you're the only one in the U.S. that is getting the 1000. I hear it's domestic. Well, not domestic, but it's like short haul there in Asia as well. So short haul in Asia and Phoenix. That's it at this point. So you guys are lucky. We want to hear.
Delta 883 left.
Thank you, Sammy.
Hold short runway 24 left.
Delta 83 left at Whiskey, hold short 24 left.
Am I saying it right or am I saying it wrong? I always look at name. You know, when they name stuff like that. Oh, Jonas is saying that from October we will get the A350 1000. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Brandon. Brandon's talking about the flight to Tokyo. I think that's where it's been going. Phoenix and Tokyo. That A350 1000. Pixar Pure Livery, Alaska.
That's 3704, 12414, another Delray, 124 left, step takeoff.
24 left, step takeoff, RNF Delray, Sierra 3704.
Alaska 713 left at Yankee.
Left Yankee, Alaska 713.
Alright, this is Condor in the Beach Bay livery, flight 2081, heading back to Frankfurt.
Alaska 713, hold short, runway 24 left.
Hold short 24 left, Alaska 713.
About 2567, traffic take on departure.
2570.
So I think they take delivery of the gold, the A350 1000 in the next month. I know they're still doing flight tests.
American 1502, cross runway 24 left, they come down 465.
24 left, American 1502, order ground.
Alaska 713, cross runway 24 left, ground 465.
Got 24 left, ground, Alaska 713.
883, cross runway 24 left, ground 465.
Delta 83, cross 24 left, ground 465.
Honda 01 heavy electric traffic crossing, runway 24 left, line up away.
Honda 01, good day, final rate, runway 24 left.
3704, traffic take on departure.
Go departure, Sierra 3704.
Emirates on his way up here to the north side. Oh, it's so backlit this time of the year. Almost looks like what the 405 freeway would look like back in the 60s. Looks like there's so much smog. Just so much haze with that backlit. Oh my gosh, it's a tongue twister.
Alaska 56, hold short for my Q4 left. Hold short for left.
Alright, this flight heading back to Frankfurt in this A330neo.
Tower, Delta 747 Heavy on the ILS 24 right.
Delta 747 Heavy, LA Tower, Super Airbus, Boulevard, Airport, runway, constant weight, careful, 24014 and 24 right, clear to land.
Kettle land 24 right, Delta 747 Heavy.
Alaska 56, cross runway 24 left, and kind of got a 0.65.
Alright, I'm going to take a high atop the hotel. We got a little better shot on the side of the A380, making some great time there in Echo. Going fast. Up to the H for that side shot. This is Emirates Flight 216 heading back to Dubai. It's a 7-year-old A380 Super delivered in October of 2018. Next arrival is Delta Flight 747 coming in from JFK, 767 to 400 ER. agree. I think they should add this to all their jets as the normal livery.
Number 216 Super, with 24014, runway 24 left, let's take off.
Let's take off on the 24 left, Emirates 2121.
All right, cleared for takeoff.
LAX Heavy 767 for power constable 72513 on a 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 24 right, up 21.
Super, contact SoCal, departure.
Contact SoCal, departure, number 216 Super, today.
Number 747 Heavy, subway 24 left, heavy contact, on approach 69.
Course 24 left, ground 65, Delta 747 Heavy.
United 2311, LAX, correction Delta 2311, stop here, terminal, show that 24 left, line up anyway.
24 left, land way, Delta 2311.
Guys, they're in Nevada. Joni. GE with the $2 super chassis. It amazes me how these jets fly with few issues. Isn't that amazing? You think of all the moving parts. Great engineering there, GE.
Number 2311 with 24017, that's 26, on end of the range, number 24 left, let's take off.
Alright, good for takeoff, 24 left.
2404, LAX, 24 left, line up away.
24 left, line of way,
Alright. I'm looking at the radar and I don't see much. getting too backlit. The H Hotel has better shots.
Delta 2114, hold
So if you want more LAX action, you won't hurt my feelings, you can head over to the 24 camps. I'm being told that Lufthansa doesn't leave until 7 p.m. here tonight, so it's delayed. Reminder for all you Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald members, there is a discount code you can use. Find it on your YouTube membership page. 20% off everything at shopavl.com.
24013, got 26, runway 24 right, clear to land. Delta 2114, I think you're crossed over 24 left, county ground point 6 back.
Left ground, Delta 2114.
Good 9233, contact Go California. 9233.
Your awesome support as we're bringing back here to the parking garage. Well, what a day. We tried to start at 11 a.m. this morning, didn't get things back up and running until about 12:30, so we had about a 5-hour show. Really at the end of the day, not too bad. Thanks you guys for tuning in. We'll be back on Friday starting at 3 p.m. I'll be back at Imperial Hill starting at 3 for Nighthawk. Hope you guys can join me. And then I'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 8 a.m. Pacific on Sunday. Thanks you guys for your awesome support. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out. If you're new, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And we'll see you on Friday. And of course, thanks for great mods showing up here today with you guys. Rock, thank you. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Take care of yourself. Priority number one, right? All right. We'll see you guys soon. right, we'll see you guys on Friday for a little Nighthawk action. Until then, if you want more LAX coverage, head on over to our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. All right, we'll see you guys on Friday. Have a great Wednesday and Thursday. We'll see you on Friday. From all of us here at Airline Videos